برای توی کوچه رقصیدن، برای ترسیدن به وقت بوسیدن، برای خواهرم، خواهرت، خواهرامون، برای تغییر مغزها که پوسیدن، برای شرمندگی، برای بیپولی، برای حسرت یک زندگی معمولی، برای کودک زباله‌گرد و آرزوهاش، برای این اقتصاد دستوری، برای این هوای آلوده، برای ولیعصر و درختای فرسوده، برای پیروز و احتمال انقراضش، برای سگهای بیگناه ممنوعه، برای گریه های بیوقفه، برای تصویر تکرار این لحظه، برای چهره ای که میخنده، برای دانش آموزا، برای آینده، برای این بهشت اجباری، برای نخبه های زندانی، برای کودکان افغانی، برای این همه برای غیر تکراری، برای این همه شعارهای تو خالی، برای آوار خونه های پوشالی، برای احساس آرامش، برای خورشید پس از شبای طولانی، برای غرصای اعصاب و بیخوابی، برای مرد میهن آبادی، برای دختری که آرزو داشت پسر بود، برای زن زندگی آزادی، برای آزادی، برای آزادی.
سلام صبح بخیر. به احترام هیئت قضات لطفاً همگی پاشیم. Please all rise.
Good morning. My name is Carla Firstman. On behalf of the panel, I thank you all for coming. Our chair, Mr. Wayne Jordash, KC, is unfortunately delayed due to flight challenges. We will proceed with the reading of the judgment, and he will join us midway. We will proceed by reading, different members of the panel will read different parts of the judgment, and this should take approximately 1 hour. On 15th November 2009,
در تاریخ 15 نوامبر 2019 جمهوری اسلامی ایران دولت ایران افزایش شدید قیمت سوخت را اعلام کرد. این تصمیم اعتراضات گسترده‌ای را در سراسر کشور به دنبال داشت که طی آن معترضان نارضایتی خود را از افزایش قیمت بنزین و نگرانیشان را در خصوص مسائل گسترده‌تر ابراز کردند. نیروهای امنیتی طی 5 روز
to clear the streets and quell the protests. They used both lethal and less lethal force against civilians. Many hundreds of protesters and some bystanders were killed and many more injured. Thousands of people were arrested and tortured during and in the immediate aftermath of the protests. Some people were disappeared. The Iranian government has alleged all its actions to be justified and lawful. Victims, family members, and others who sought justice have been rebuffed. Many were threatened and themselves subjected to abuses. There has been no domestic investigation, prosecution, or other accountability effort in Iran or internationally. The International People's Tribunal on Iran's atrocities, the Aban Tribunal, was established in response to public calls for truth, justice, and reparation. It is a people's tribunal established by civil society. The primary aim of the tribunal is to establish the truth, rectify historical memory, and generate moral reparation for harm done. The Aban Tribunal's prosecutor alleges that the Iranian government and their security forces violated the rights of the protesters in a variety of ways, including persecution, unlawful killing, torture and other ill treatment, enforced disappearances, and sexual violence.
According to the prosecution, the Iranian government and various government and security officials, including Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, are responsible as a state and individually criminally responsible, respectively, for these violations, which constitute crimes against humanity. In sum, it is alleged that the Iranian government designed and implemented a criminal plan to persecute the protesters who were merely exercising their political rights to peaceful assembly and protest, as guaranteed by Iran's constitution and several international treaties ratified by the Iranian government. The panel of judges of the tribunal were appointed by the founders of the Aban tribunal to evaluate the variety of live, written, and video evidence and to adjudicate on these charges, namely to determine whether these events violated the fundamental rights of the protesters and whether any violations amounted to crimes against humanity. The panel was requested to address both state and individual criminal responsibility and ascertain, if possible, whether the evidence established the responsibility of the Iranian government and any government or security official, and thereafter make recommendations concerning accountability, redress, and reparation. The Aban Tribunal has complied with its statutes and rules of procedure and evidence, with treaties ratified by Iran, including the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, customary international law, including as relates to the prohibition of crimes against humanity, and general principles of law derived from Iran's constitution and national laws, as well as national laws of internationally recognized legal systems. The panel applies the concepts of individual criminal responsibility as well as state responsibility. Most of the evidence was heard in 2 public sessions held in London, in the United Kingdom, from 10 to 14 November 2021, and online from 4 to 6 February 2022. 55 witnesses, including protesters, relatives of protesters, and bystanders killed, individuals who had been subjected to arbitrary arrest and detention, as well as torture, as well as unfair trials, healthcare workers, and former security and judicial officials were heard. The panel also heard experts, witnesses, including authors of investigative reports. The tribunal also received written statements from 169 witnesses, which were tendered into evidence and reviewed by the panel. The Iranian government was invited by the tribunal to participate in the proceedings and provide any information or evidence. Even though officials of the Iranian government spoke publicly in Iran about these proceedings, this formal invitation was not acknowledged, and the government declined to participate. The tribunal's analysis of the evidence presented. Protesters, including children, men, and women who came from a variety of professions, including mothers, university students, laborers, and persons of diverse socioeconomic backgrounds, crowds of people congregated in a variety of cities and other centers, chanting slogans. Some had pitched tents. Traffic was blocked by drivers who left their cars stationary in the middle of the streets. In some locations, tires were set alight. The protests were mainly peaceful. However, there were isolated reports of violence, mainly in retaliation for violence by the security forces. Some protesters threw stones, mainly in self-defense. The level of violence did not justify the use by the security forces, including the police forces, the IRGC, the Basij, and other plainclothes forces, of lethal force, illegal and indiscriminate forms of ammunition, or the frequent use of water cannons, truncheons, and batons routinely used to beat, wound, intimidate, and arrest unarmed protesters. The right to protest and the use of less lethal force during protests. Overall, a clear pattern of force was used to disperse overwhelmingly peaceful protests in breach of the obligation of the Iranian government to respect freedom of peaceful assembly. Authorities violated the protesters' right to express their opinions and their right to gather in public to collectively and individually protest government policies. Security forces failed to plan in advance, negotiate with protesters, and use de-escalation techniques to control the protest and ensure that the protest could continue peacefully. Instead, they deliberately escalated tensions and made a peaceful situation very dangerous. The criminalization of the right to protest was total. The authorities sought to quash the protests by any means and to punish the protesters by excessive, unnecessary, and unjustified non-lethal and lethal force without consideration of necessity and proportionality. Tear gas, water cannons, batons, and other equipment were used to disperse people and also as weapons on persons who were retreating from the scene. Protesters were beaten indiscriminately, reckless as to whether significant damage, including death, was the result. Authorities frequently used pellet guns, including prohibited multiple-shot pellets, to shoot directly at protesters and bystanders, including against children and persons who were attempting to flee the scene. Some of the persons who were shot died of their injuries. There are many reports of persons, including children, being shot with pellets in their eyes, resulting in permanent loss of vision. Immediately when the protests started, the Security Council held sessions at the provincial and town levels. The general order to use firearms against protesters was given by the Ministry of Interior in consultation with the Security Council, and it was communicated to the provinces and governors. On 17th of November 2019, Ali Khamenei, Supreme Leader, described the protesters as villains who were incited to violence by counter-revolutionaries and foreign enemies of Iran. He ordered security forces to implement their duties to end the protests, effectively giving the green light for the brutality to continue. The types of weapons used and the manner in which they were used demonstrates the security forces either meant to cause the injury or death of the victims, or were aware that injury or death would occur in the ordinary course of events and continued to act nonetheless. Security forces used force against protesters to intimidate and coerce them into stopping the protests, and to punish them for daring to participate in what the authorities considered to be an illegal protest. The evidence demonstrates that the authorities were routinely seeking to cause as much harm as possible, without any effort to avoid the use of these tactics, including dangerous weapons against children, the elderly, or those with disability. Security forces resorted to force quickly and without warning, leaving the protesters and bystanders with no opportunity to avoid serious injury or death. The right to life and the use of lethal force during the protests. At least 304, and likely significantly more, protesters and bystanders were indiscriminately and unlawfully killed, with extensive and credible witness evidence from incidents in Avaz, Alvand, Andimeshk, Arak, Bebahan, Fardis, Isfahan, Islamshar, Karaj, Khuzestan, Kermanshah, Mashhar, Marivan, Omidyeh, Shar el-Quds, Sanandaj, Shahryar, Shiraz, and Tehran. As already found, authorities used lethal force without warning, randomly shooting with live ammunition, including machine guns, and in some cases, illegal weaponry and/or ammunition into large crowds to disperse protesters, and even appearing to target specific protesters. Security forces, often stationed on rooftops, fired directly at protesters, hitting many above the waist, indicating, at minimum, a reckless disregard for human life, if not an actual intent to kill. Wounded persons detained were routinely denied medical assistance, resulting in more long-lasting injury and even other deaths. The evidence shows that arbitrary killings were planned, coordinated, and directed by the highest echelons of the states. There is no evidence to suggest that authorities from the local to the central undertook any action to stop the killings, or after the fact, to investigate, prosecute, and punish those responsible. The evidence also established that security forces were specifically authorized to use lethal force against unarmed protesters, including shooting to kill. The now commander of Alborz province authorized security forces in that area to do whatever they wanted to do, including firing on protesters. The Basij and Sepah, in particular, fired everywhere. A confidant of a Friday prayer leader testified that in a session with the Friday prayer leader, the IRGC took control of the meeting and said that the protests had to end and security forces were permitted to do whatever they had to do, including shooting people to stop them. He testified shoot-to-kill orders came from Tehran. Witness 418, a member of the police force, testified that though the police were not ordered to shoot, the IRGC and Basij were ordered to do so. They were the forces shooting at protesters. Security force members who refused to comply with this order were arrested, beaten, and themselves punished. Arbitrary arrest and detention. Security forces engaged in the arbitrary arrest and detention of thousands of civilians during and in the aftermath of the protests. Credible and consistent evidence of arbitrary arrests and detentions in Avaz, Arak, Bebahan, Fardis, Gorgan, Isfahan, Islamshar, Karaj, Kermanshah, Khuzestan, Marivan, Mashhad, Omidyeh, Qom, Sanandaj, Shahryar, Shiraz, Tehran, Urmia was received, analyzed, and reviewed by the panel. In some locations, Basij forces rode around on motorcycles shooting colored paintball pellets at people on the streets without verifying whether they were participating in the protests or were simply passers-by, so that intelligence forces would thereafter identify the people marked by the pellets and arrest them. Arrests were effectuated without warrants or legal justification. Often, security officials entered hospitals and dragged away patients injured in the protests. Also, injured protesters were taken from protest sites to police stations for interrogation and arbitrary detention instead of hospitals to be treated. Detainees were routinely denied access to family members, to counsel, and to a fair trial. Many detainees were forced to sign undertakings upon release that they would not be involved in future protests. Family members of protesters who were injured or killed were themselves threatened with arrest or other harassment if they spoke to the media or revealed anything about the circumstances in which victims died. Enforced disappearances. The panel has heard evidence that numerous individuals were arrested, detained, killed, or abducted by the Iranian security forces. A number of persons went missing during or in the immediate aftermath of the protests. Some whose whereabouts still remain unknown. Witness testimony confirms that incidents of enforced disappearance took place particularly in Marivan, Omidyeh, Razavi Khorasan, Sanandaj, Shahryar, Shiraz, and Tehran. The evidence shows that Iranian security forces were responsible for these disappearances and for the deaths of individuals whose bodies were later found. These testimonies were consistent with expert witness testimony that described how many detained protesters were subjected to incommunicado detention and enforced disappearance for days, weeks, or even months while held in undisclosed locations, in unofficial secret detention places, or in official security detention facilities run by the Ministry of Intelligence, or IRGC. The evidence available to the panel also reflects that Iranian governments and their forces did nothing to assist families in determining the fate of their disappeared loved ones. They did not, for example, ever offer to investigate the disappearances. Similarly, no explanation or justification was ever offered by Iranian authorities for keeping detained people in custody without letting their families know where they were and their intended fate. Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. The prohibition of torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment is absolute, meaning that there is no possible justification to torture under any circumstance. Individuals cannot be deprived of their right to freedom from torture and other prohibited ill treatments, including in the context of protests. This applies to all types of demonstrations, whether they're peaceful or violent, lawful or unlawful. Article 6, paragraph 2F of the statute of the Aban Tribunal defines torture as the intentional infliction of severe pain or suffering, whether physical or mental, upon a person in the custody or under the control of the accused. To establish the crime of torture, the evidence must show that the perpetrators inflicted severe physical or mental suffering on a person either by an act or omission. The government may also be found responsible for violating the human rights obligation to exercise due diligence to prevent torture or otherwise comply with its obligation to investigate, prosecute, and provide remedies to victims. The evidence establishes that protesters were detained in inhumane conditions and subjected to torture in Avaz, Arak, Baluchistan, Behbahan, Isfahan, Kermanshah, Marivan, Rasht, Shahryar, Shiraz, and Tehran. Detainees were routinely severely beaten, held in prolonged solitary confinement, electrocuted, kept in freezing temperatures, subjected to psychological methods of torture such as sleep deprivation, threats of rape and death, threats made against family members, and enforced nudity. They were interrogated and forced to confess to instigating and participating in violent protests, causing arson, destroying public property, provoking people to come to the streets to riot, and disrupting the order and security of the country. There was a lack of medical treatment for the wounded or injured. Some child detainees were sexually abused and denied medical attention. Some female detainees were subjected to psychological torment, including acts of humiliation, sexual violence, and denial of privacy. Sexual violence and rape. Despite the many challenges associated with coming forward about such acts, the panel heard convincing testimony concerning sexual violence and rape, which occurred in Bukhan, Isfahan, Khorramabad, Shiraz, and Tehran. These acts were perpetrated against women, men, and children to intimidate, humiliate, and otherwise punish the victims. In one instance, the act of sexual violence took place on the street. Judges who were informed of such assaults refused to act.
Good morning. The right of access to justice. Iranian authorities deliberately attempted to shield what happened from the public, denying victims, family members, and the Iranian people the right to truth. Not only did Iranian authorities fail to investigate allegations of unlawful killings, torture and ill treatment, and arbitrary arrest on their own initiative, they deliberately sought to suppress any incriminating information from entering into the public domain, thwarted formal complaints lodged by victims and family members, and shut down public debate about what happened, denying victims, family members, and the Iranian people the right to truth. The panel was unable to locate a single case of a public official that has been investigated or otherwise held accountable for ordering, committing, or acquiescing to crimes committed in the context of the protests. Corpses were typically only returned to grieving family members if the families agreed not to speak publicly about what had happened and to limit their mourning practices, including the nature of mourning ceremonies and what could be written on the tombstones. In many instances, autopsy reports were not provided to family members. Persons arrested, charged, or convicted of offenses linked to the protests were warned by intelligence and security officials not to disclose the details of court cases and verdicts to news organizations and human rights groups. In some of these cases, the individuals who were convicted and sentenced in connection with the protests were never provided with an official determination as to what they were convicted of and why. Often, authorities discouraged family members from filing complaints about their loved ones who were killed during the protests and from following up on complaints already filed. Many individuals were threatened by security forces, faced harassment, and were summoned to appear before intelligence services, sometimes resulting in further threats and arbitrary arrests. Those who persisted in seeking answers to the legitimate questions they had about the deaths of their loved ones, or have sought to speak out about the injustice they face publicly, have also received threats of violence and death. Some of the witnesses who courageously testified before this panel, in person or online, and their family members were subjected to reprisals, including harassment and intimidation by Iranian authorities, signaling to all that they had no right to expect truth or justice and would be punished for seeking either. Complaints have not resulted in the initiation of a timely, transparent, or effective investigation. Many complaints have been summarily dismissed on the simple assertions of public authorities that they were not involved, without an independent investigation ever taking place. Numerous witnesses explained that authorities would tell them virtually anything to shut down the conversation on complaints. Often, the rationale given was that the person killed had participated in the protests, and this obviated the need for an investigation, presumably on the basis that any use of force against a protester, even lethal force, was incontrovertibly justified. This is despite the clear obligation on the competent authorities to carry out an effective investigation in any case of alleged killing by the state. Many families have been pressured into accepting martyr status for their loved ones who had been killed. This status traditionally refers to persons who have died in the service of the Islamic Republic or to civilians who were killed accidentally in conflicts between military or intelligence forces with enemies. While this status ultimately may entitle them to payments in the form of monthly wages or other benefits from the Foundation of Martyrs and Veterans, or a diya, money, blood money, payment, depending on the circumstances, it appeared designed to foreclose the prospect of any criminal investigation into the alleged responsibility of the state and its officials for the killing. Because of the connotations attached to the designation of martyr status, namely that the recipients were thereafter aligned with the state, many families resisted the designation and the ensuing payments. Needless to note, the policy on designating victims of the 2019 Aban protests as martyrs ignores that peaceful protest is not a crime, and that any alleged killing by the authorities merits scrupulous and independent investigation, regardless of what the purported role of the victim of the killing may have been. Many individuals who have been arrested and detained in the context of the protests, of whom many were subjected to torture, and other forms of prohibited ill treatment have had their coerced confessions serve as the basis for criminal charges lodged against them, leading to grossly unfair judicial proceedings. Many detainees were denied access to lawyers during the investigation phase, and some were denied the assistance of a lawyer of their own choosing at their summary and predetermined trials. The right to dignity, including the right to dignified burial. Each human being possesses worth intrinsic to their humanity and is entitled to respect by virtue simply of being a human being. The right to dignity implies the respect for the autonomy and equality of all persons and is the foundation of all human rights. When individuals died because of the authorities' use of excessive force, their right to dignity requires, inter alia, that their bodies are handled respectfully and in a manner that protects their dignity. A failure to comply with these standards results in a violation of the deceased's right to dignity. It can also result in pain and suffering of family members that might amount to inhuman or degrading treatment, where the pain and suffering is different to the natural pain and suffering experienced as a result of the death itself. One main goal of victims' right to remedy and reparation is to restore their dignity. States must provide reparation to victims by taking a range of measures, including restitution, compensation, rehabilitation, satisfaction, and the right to know the truth, as well as to guarantee non-repetition of violations and crimes. States cannot oblige victims to give up on their right to reparation or to condition the provision of reparation on the signing of certain undertakings, like a promise not to initiate judicial proceedings against the state. Specifically, in the context of enforced disappearances, for example, the UN Human Rights Committee considers that under no circumstances should families of victims of enforced disappearance be obliged to declare them dead in order to be eligible for reparation. States not only have a responsibility toward the deceased victim, but also toward the victim's family. They must investigate the circumstances that led to the victim's death and keep the family informed if they so wish. The authorities are obliged to search for and identify the bodies of those killed and to assist in the recovery, identification, and reburial of the bodies in accordance with the expressed or presumed wish of the victims or the cultural practices of the families and communities. Where the remains are not in the possession of the family already, they must be returned promptly so that they can be buried in accordance with the family's wishes and their religious beliefs. These standards are also reflected in international humanitarian law, which has extensive provisions regarding the dignified treatment of the dead. A key source of Shia jurisprudence, that of Muhammad Yazdi, provides clearly for the sanctity of the dead, calling on the Muslim community to show utmost respect in burial. In fact, he even provides for situations where a person may be exhumed from their grave and moved to a new grave, including where that person was not washed and shrouded correctly, if buried without the permission of their guardian, or if buried in an unsuitable cemetery. Furthermore, in Khomeini's fatwas in the Book of the Dead, a key source of Shia jurisprudence, there are numerous references to the sanctity of the dead and clear orders not to disrespect the sanctity of the dead. It provides for the respectful burial of Muslims. In the period during and following the protests, the authorities, in what appears to be a coordinated strategy, adopted a policy of harassment and persecution of the families of those killed during the protests. This included delaying the return of the bodies of those protesters who were killed as a means by which to obtain undertakings from their families not to speak to the media about the deaths of their loved ones. According to witnesses who testified before the panel, security and intelligence officials placed the families under surveillance and attended funerals and commemorative ceremonies to ensure that restrictions were observed. These restrictions included restrictions on the number of mourners attending, burials being forced to take place at short notice and irregular hours, including in the middle of the night, burials being forced to take place in cemeteries other than those requested by the families, and prohibiting and limiting memorial posters and banners from being displayed in public places or on social media. Witnesses also expressed their distress at officials attending burials and memorial services to ensure compliance with these restrictions. In certain circumstances, bodies were returned for instant burial, depriving the families of their right to administer the last rites to their loved ones in a manner consistent with their own religious beliefs and customs. Witness testified that officials washed and prepared the bodies for burial without informing the families, and then handed over the bodies for instant burials. The panel also heard from witnesses that the payment of diya was often linked to the securing of an undertaking from families that they would not lodge any complaints nor speak to the media about their loss. The summary of findings. Findings related to violations of human rights. The government of Iran and its security forces are responsible for the massive and gross violations of human rights during and in the aftermath of the protests. In particular, the failure to guarantee citizens' right to peaceful protest, including the right to express dissent and voice grievances even when they go against government policy. Not only did the government thwart peaceful protest, it actively persecuted all persons it associated with the protest in order to make clear that no dissenting civil society space is to be tolerated in the country. This is in direct contravention of Article 21 ICCPR. The restrictions the government imposed, including the use of both lethal and less lethal force, were not proportionate or necessary and only served to extinguish the right to protest and violate the range of civil and political rights of individuals who were simply asserting their right to engage in public debate. The violent and targeted attacks on protesters, which led to unlawful, arbitrary, and indiscriminate killings, violated the right to life of ordinary Iranians of all ages and genders in all parts of the country. It is unlawful for a government to order, cause, or allow officials to shoot to kill protesters, or indeed any persons who do not pose an immediate threat to life. It violates Iran's international obligations and its own constitution. It is also criminal behavior. Furthermore, the right to life requires the government to exercise due diligence to prevent, investigate, and prosecute all allegations or occurrences of arbitrary deprivation of the right to life. The evidence demonstrates that the Iranian government failed this test. To the contrary, the protesters and others in their vicinity were not seen as worthy of having their rights safeguarded. The security forces, acting through their chains of command, appear to be under the mistaken belief that they had absolute authority to arrest any person in connection with the protests simply by deeming those protests unlawful. The actions of the authorities in effecting arbitrary arrests and releasing detainees only on the condition of forced confessions promises to avoid future involvement in protests and to refrain from speaking about their time in detention violated Article 9 of the ICCPR, among other human rights provisions. The panel has determined that there were several instances of enforced disappearances involving persons who were taken by authorities and either kept incommunicado in undisclosed locations for extended periods of time before being released or never to be heard from again. The practice of enforced disappearance including the failure of authorities to acknowledge or give information about victims' whereabouts is devastating for victims' families and violates Article 2, Paragraph 3, Article 7, and Article 9 of the ICCPR. The failure to have in place and to enforce a system whereby individuals are only arrested on lawful grounds and anyone detained is appropriately registered also violates the due diligence obligations to prevent these violations. Acts of torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment and punishment, including sexual violence, were commonplace by security forces on the streets as well as in detention centers in violation of Article 7 of ICCPR. Protesters were impermissibly, routinely, and severely beaten at protests, causing severe physical and psychological suffering. The panel underscores that these acts could never have served any law enforcement function. They were simply an exercise of brute and unlawful force. Detainees, including women and children, were routinely tortured and ill-treated, occasionally subjected to sexual violence and to other inhuman conditions of detention. There is no evidence of any effort to prevent, prohibit, prosecute, or afford reparations for this torture and ill treatment. Instead, torture was routinely used to obtain confessions which were not rendered inadmissible in court proceedings. These various violations stem from the direct acts attributable to the government and members of the security forces of ordering human rights abuses to take place and directly perpetrating those abuses. The responsibility of the government also stems from its failure to exercise due diligence to protect protesters and ordinary citizens from harm during and in the immediate aftermath of the protests, as well as its failure to investigate and prosecute the crimes that ultimately occurred. The government has thwarted efforts made by victims, their families, journalists, and ordinary members of the public to know the truth about what happened, violating the right to truth. In preventing families from burying their loved ones in dignity and in accordance with their own religious rituals and customs, the Iranian government breached Article 15 of the ICSR, which Iran has also ratified. These actions can also amount to cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment in violation of Article 7 of the ICCPR. Victims and their families' right to a remedy and reparation in equality and dignity was routinely denied. That some persons have been offered or afforded martyr status for deceased loved ones is inconsequential, as it requires victims to give up their quest to find out what truly happened and to obtain a measure of accountability in respect of the individuals and the governmental bodies that perpetrated or created the conditions for the crimes to occur. Victims and their families deserve truth, deserve accountability, and deserve reparations. The right to reparation should not be contingent on what they say in public or how they decide to frame their grievances. Conclusions related to the violations of human rights. The panel's unanimous judgment is that the Islamic Republic of Iran is responsible for violating the following rights and freedoms: freedom of assembly, the right to life, the right to liberty and security of the person, freedom from enforced disappearances, freedom from torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment, including sexual violence and rape, the right to access to justice, the right to dignity, including dignity of the dead.
Good morning. Is my mic on? Findings related to the crimes against humanity. The prosecution has alleged that the state of Iran's reaction to the protests which took place in November of 2019 constituted the commission of crimes against humanity. Article 6, subsection 2 of the statute of the Aban Tribunal provides that for an act to constitute a crime against humanity, it must be committed as part of a widespread or systematic attack directed against any civilian population with knowledge of the attack. Based on the evidence made available to it, as well as the legal principles applicable to this case, the panel finds that the crimes of murder, imprisonment, enforced disappearance, torture, and sexual assault were established by the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt. A majority of the panel found the crime of prosecution also took place. Panelist Rowan dissenting only as to that finding. There was an attack against the civilian population in Iran in November 2019, and this attack was widespread. The Iranian government, using its security forces, pursued a plan to commit serious criminal acts against large-scale protests that amounted to a widespread attack on the civilian protesters. While protests were recorded in 29 of 31 provinces, in at least 20 of these provinces, the Iranian security forces engaged in murder. In at least 20 provinces, the Iranian security forces engaged in wrongful arrests and imprisonment. And at least 11 provinces, the Iranian security forces engaged in beatings and torture against the civilian population involved in the protests. The panel has also noted expert evidence that the Iranian security forces arbitrarily arrested, detained, and tortured over 7,000 individuals during the 5 days of the protests in at least 28 out of Iran's 31 provinces. The panel has found that the total number of civilians recorded as being killed is above 300, possibly as high as 1,500, according to expert evidence. The testimony offered by fact witnesses heard by the panel strongly suggests that the casualties may have been significantly higher and that the lower range of these approximations. The panel considers that the acts of enforced disappearance were part of a plan. Similarly, the sexual assault and threats to an actual commission of rape against detained protesters were acts that can be classified as torture and also part of the plan. They formed part of the Iranian security forces' attack on the civilian population and were part of the course of conduct designed to silence the protesters and enforce confessions from them. In accordance with Article 6, subsection 2F of the Statute of the Aban Tribunal, the majority also finds that the evidence also demonstrates beyond a reasonable doubt that the crime against humanity of persecution on political grounds was intended and committed by the state of Iran. Again, 1 vote, Rowan dissenting. A group can be described as political if its participants share membership in a political party or hold ideologically similar political beliefs, constitute an actual or perceived opposition, or hold dissenting views, including political protesters, to that of a particular political regime. A political group may be constituted by those targeted by reason of personal political affiliations, whether actual or merely perceived by the perpetrator. The panel notes it's been found that the Iranian security forces severely deprive civilian protesters across Iran of their fundamental human rights. The majority further found, as discussed below, that the various protesters across the provinces in Iran relevant to this judgment were identified from the outset of the protests as a political group by the Iranian government and their security forces. These protesters, as well as other individuals who were mistakenly identified as protesters by the security forces, may not have actually possessed any closely aligned or ideological political views. However, they were clearly bound together either by their immediate opposition to the fuel hikes and laterally by their opposition to the government, or by the perception of the Iranian government and their allied security forces. Accordingly, the majority found that anyone identified by the security forces as being opposed to the supreme leader's regime formed part of the political group which was targeted by these forces, and their fundamental rights severely attacked or curtailed. The cumulative nature of these acts indicates the attack was widespread. Therefore, the panel concludes that, having regard to the large geographical scope of the crimes committed across Iran, the seriousness of the crimes, as well as the large number of victims involved, the test of widespread attack has clearly been met. Further, the panel considers that the evidence established the crimes that occurred were part of a systematic attack on the civilian population in Iran. The crimes across the different provinces were remarkably uniform and reflected a similar pattern of acts across the provinces. The attacks followed a regular pattern, resulting in the continuous commission of or the non-accidental repetition of criminal acts. The evidence from members of the Iranian security forces, among other witnesses, on the structure and activities of the various groups which comprised the security forces at the time of the November 2019 protests, established beyond a reasonable doubt that a command structure exists within and between the government and the security forces, allowing cooperation among them regarding the manner in which the response to the protests was implemented around the country. Also, as found by the panel, the evidence showed that the arrests, detention, torture, and assaults of protesters followed similar patterns across the country, raising the strong inference of a pre-existing or extemporaneous plan. The shooting order, which appears to have emanated from the Supreme Leader's office, was transmitted to the different provincial councils, who in turn ordered their various security forces and government authorities, including prosecutors, to use any means, including shooting at protesters, to end the protests. The evidence established that the coordinated attacks across Iran were highly likely to have been conducted under a command hierarchy headed by the Ayatollah Khamenei in Tehran and leading systematically down through various governmental and security forces to the local levels. Attacks on the protesters by the security officials and forces were made pursuant to the plan. The evidence is clear that aside from the local police, even the judiciary was collaborating with the Iranian security forces and the Ministry of Intelligence in ensuring that the security officials could continue to commit crimes against civilians without any legal repercussions. State resources were also allocated for the attacks. The panel has found beyond a reasonable doubt that the Iranian security forces launched an attack against the civilian protesters across several provinces in Iran, which included the commission of the crimes of murder, imprisonment, enforced disappearances, torture, sexual violence, and persecution. Again, one vote dissenting on persecution. Only on persecution. The totality of the circumstances of the attack demonstrate that this attack was widespread in nature. It was also systematic. Conclusion: the panel unanimously finds that the totality of these findings establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that the Iranian government and the security forces, including Ministry of Interior, the Supreme Council of National Security, provincial security councils, police forces, the IRGC, the paramilitary Basij, Ministry of Intelligence, other plainclothes forces, and the Ministry of Justice, designed and implemented a plan to commit crimes against humanity of murder, imprisonment, enforced disappearances, torture, and sexual violence in order to quell the protests and conceal the crimes committed. The majority, with one dissent, also finds beyond a reasonable doubt that this criminal plan included the crime of humanity of persecution. That is, the protesters and bystanders were discriminately targeted for their collective involvement in the protests and/or their perceived association with that group, and their rights severely curtailed or denied. Findings related to individual criminal responsibility for crimes against humanity. The prosecution has listed the names of 160 individuals as perpetrators responsible for the crimes against humanity which took place in Iran in November 2019. They have alleged a number of theories of liability as to all of these individuals, including joint criminal enterprise, indirect perpetration, co-perpetration, and command and superior responsibility. The panel is asked to infer the personal liability of these individuals from the positions they held in the hierarchy of the government and/or security forces in Iran, as well as the evidence that the governmental and security forces with which these individuals were associated participated in the November 2019 crimes. The prosecution also relied on the absence of any evidence that any of these individuals holding positions of authority in the Iranian government or security forces took any action within their limits of their authority or at all to prevent or punish the crimes of their subordinates. The panel has concluded that the evidence establishes beyond a reasonable doubt that the Iranian government and the security forces designed and implemented a plan to commit crimes against humanity of murder, imprisonment, enforced disappearances, torture, and sexual violence. The majority, again, as explained, has found beyond a reasonable doubt that the forces committed the crime of persecution in order to quell the protests and conceal the crimes committed. Even though the panel did not have the benefit of any participation in these proceedings by the government of Iran or any of the named alleged perpetrators, It was able to do so based on the presentation of consistent, reliable evidence, including from a variety of independent witnesses located across the country who were themselves victims of these events or otherwise had personal knowledge of them. The question of imposing individual liability on the named members of the government and security forces for the criminal plan and the crimes found established cannot be so categorically resolved. The available evidence did raise, based on a variety of evidence, including the position and function of these individuals in the governmental and security forces, and the wholesale failure to sanction or punish the actual perpetrators of the crimes against humanity, the strong suspicion of the individual liability of many of these individuals. This suspicion constitutes cause for the international community to agree to investigate what happened in Iran in November 2019 and to determine who is individually responsible for the commission of the crimes against humanity against the unarmed civilian population taking part in or bystanders to the protests. All right. This evidence has allowed the panel to unanimously conclude that in relation to 13 of the named individuals, there is a powerful case to answer that they are criminally liable for the crimes against humanity which took place under one or more of these theories of individual criminal liability. A case to answer is based upon the balance of probabilities, namely, that the evidence establishes that these individuals are more likely than not to have significantly participated in the planning and implementation of the criminal plan to commit the aforementioned crimes against humanity, as just discussed earlier. A trial process is essential to allow these cases to be further considered to ascertain whether the evidence establishes beyond a reasonable doubt the individual criminal responsibility of these Iranian government officials, and to ensure that the victims of these crimes have their rights to due process, accountability, and justice fully and transparently vindicated. In other words, the panel finds that it is more likely than not that the following individuals planned and implemented the criminal plan to commit crimes against humanity. Their contribution was significant and or essential, and they shared a criminal intent to commit the crimes against humanity of murder, imprisonment, enforced disappearance, torture, and sexual violence, and a majority of the panel includes as well the crime of persecution in order to quell the protests and conceal the crimes. 1. Ali Khamenei, Supreme Leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran. 2. Hassan Rouhani, President of the Islamic Republic of Iran at the time. Ali Shamkhani, the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, the leader of the Islamic Republic of Iran, representative to the Supreme National Security Council. Ibrahim Raisi, head of judiciary at that time. Abdulreza Rahmani Fazli, Minister of Interior. Hussein Ashtari, Chief Commander of the Police of the Islamic Republic of Iran. Hussein Salami, Chief Commander of Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, IRGC. Gholamezra Soleimani, head of the Basij Organization. Hassan Karami, the commander of the Special Units of Iran's police. Hibabullah John Nassari, the deputy commander of the Special Units of Iran's police. Leila Vaseji, governor of Shah-e-Quds. Abdul Karim Garavand, governor of the city of Bushehr. Mohammed Mahmoud Abadi, governor of Sirjar. I apologize if I have mispronounced names. In conclusion, the panel considers that these Iranian officials, and likely many others occupying positions of authority and control in the government and/or security forces, are more likely than not to have taken part in the criminal plan, are responsible for the entirety of the crimes, and share the criminal intent. The panel finds that it is more likely than not that they are responsible pursuant to one or more of these internationally recognized modes of liability. Are you doing recommendation? Okay.
Thank you. Recommendations. In the event of findings concerning violations or crimes, the panel was requested to make recommendations concerning accountability, redress, and reparation. The panel recommends the following. First, to the Islamic Republic of Iran. We recommend you conduct independent, impartial, and transparent investigations in line with international standards into the human rights violations and crimes against humanity which occurred in connection with the protests of Aban 2019, and institute proceedings against all those reasonably suspected of human rights violations in the context of these protests, drawing on the conclusions reached by this tribunal. Secondly, institute criminal proceedings against persons reasonably suspected of murder, sexual violence, torture, and other cruel, inhumane, or degrading treatment or punishment, arbitrary detention, enforced disappearances, and persecution, as well as all associated crimes against humanity. We further recommend that the government acknowledge fully its responsibilities and liabilities for the human rights violations and crimes which occurred in connection with the protests of Aban 2019, issue a full and frank apology, and create appropriate reparation and compensation for victims and their families. We further recommend that the government of Iran immediately release all those held in arbitrary detention in relation to the protests of Aban 2019, and all individuals similarly arrested for the exercise of their right to freedom of opinion, expression, association, and peaceful assembly, including in relation to the most recent protests occurring in response to the death of Masha Amin, after injuries sustained during her time in police custody. Further, immediately reveal the fate and whereabouts of persons who were disappeared as part of the protests of Aban 2019. We further recommend that the government cease all forms of intimidation, harassment, and reprisals against the protesters and bystanders in the protests of Aban 2019 and their families and associates, as well as witnesses and civil society actors participating in this tribunal. We further recommend that the government ensure the legal process, the legal system, allows for individuals the right to protest in line with the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, to which the Islamic Republic of Iran is a party, including by reforming laws that limit or deny the rights of freedom, the right of freedom of opinion, expression, association, and peaceful assembly. We further recommend that the Iranian government immediately cease the use of laws and practices which enable state violence, subvert due process, and erode human rights, and put in place mechanisms to ensure that violations and crimes such as these outlined in the judgment do not reoccur. Further, the government should take all reasonable steps to reform government institutions, policy and practice to provide effective guarantees of non-recurrence, including by reference to any violation or crimes committed during the protests occurring in response to the death of Masha Amini. Finally, for the government of Iran, we recommend that you consult with the families of those who died in the protest, as well as community representatives, on how best to restore dignity to those who died and adopt the necessary measures to do so. We further recommend to the international community, first, we urge the international community to take all necessary steps to ensure that the Islamic Republic of Iran implements the recommendations made to it in the judgment of which I've just read. Provide any necessary support to enable the government to implement these recommendations. Secondly, to the international community, we remind you of your obligations and competencies to open investigations, including on the basis of universal jurisdiction, to gather information and prosecute those involved in relevant crimes. Thirdly, to the international community, we recommend that the UN Security Council refer the situation to the International Criminal Court by a resolution of the Council adopted under Chapter 7 of the Charter of the United Nations. And our fourth and final recommendation to the international community is as follows. States and international bodies with sanctions regimes, such as the UN Security Council, the European Union, the United States and the United Kingdom, should apply individual targeted sanctions against those responsible for violations and crimes committed in connection with the protests of Aban 2019. In a transparent manner, ensuring that any application of sanctions respects due process in line with international human rights standards and are applied in coordination with other relevant accountability mechanisms to contribute to accountability for perpetrators and reparation for victims. That's the end of the summary of the judgment. The full judgment will be released in the next 3 weeks. And thank you for attending today.
با تشکر از همه، لطفاً اگر ممکنه در حدود همین سالن حضور داشته باشید، چون جلسه بعدی میز گرد بعدی در 20 دقیقه دیگه شروع خواهد شد. با تشکر. Please stay around because the next session will start in 20 minutes.
So if it's like
We are about to start the second. Is outside. Can I have your attention for a second, please? We are about to start the second session. Can I ask you kindly to switch off your mobile phones? It was ringing and it was very disturbing. لطفاً تلفن همراه خودتون رو خاموش بکنید. Sorry? بله بفرمایید. اگر به ترجمه فارسی احتیاج دارید هدست در اون گوشه هستش، در سالن هستش.
new glasses.
So I'm from Sweden, but I'm Kurdish originally, from the Turkish part. Okay. But we moved to Sweden when I was 13.
Oh, thank you. Very kind of you.
So I'm a member of the House of Lords here in the UK Parliament. Yeah, I've been there so a long time. Seems
Hello, Javid. Wait,
So I've been involved in this committee on human rights.
But you know Claude Moretz? Claude Moretz. Oh, hi, sorry.
I'm Wayne. Lovely to meet you, Wayne. I think you were running up the stairs right behind me.
Oh, was it? I've been running, it seems, for the last 48 hours just to get here on time.
Where have you been running?
Oh, I came from Ukraine. So it takes 15 hours to get out, and then I was at Warsaw, everything was fine, I was going to be here last night, and they cancelled the Wizz flight. So I had to take a taxi to Krakow, 3 hours, and then get a 6:20 flight from there to London, and then to Luton Airport. I've been to Luton Airport. Oh, it's the worst. Oh, you should. It's the worst airport in the world, honestly.
That is fresh glasses.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Already? Great. I'm not sure. So the order, I guess, is the order I've been given is Javid first. Javid. I think the order I've been given is Javid first, followed by Evin. That's you, and then followed by Baroness Bremer. That's you, and then followed by you at the end. Okay.
There's already. Okay. One ready. The best is always at the end.
Oh, of course, of course, of course.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I don't really know it.
No, that's okay.
I really don't make some empty speeches.
Ah, you do it off the... Oh, God, I wish I could do that. Yeah. To draft the speech. Oh.
Read speeches and
Yeah.
so they used to do it as a minister, but you can't spoke. So I just didn't speak what you told me to speak.
Forward to hearing from you.
Well, it's going to be... I'm going to
I
sort of
will, of
quickly
course,
reiterate
have
the
a more
findings
political
mainly
approach
and
than
then ask
juridical approach.
Where is your background?
Country or
They were pretty...
Sweden? But I'm originally
How are you?
that have grown up in Sweden.
I left Sweden because when I visited
I was asking this
the Middle East, which is going on part of the
Yeah, thank you. Yeah.
that is that's
It's important that now there seems to be a change in government in the party.
and would they not consider
It's about religion and that fuels hatred rather than.
it seems as if they have
I know exactly what you mean. I face this decision when I'm addressing Putin.
so long as
International criminal law, so it always acts presumption acts as presumption.
rely on international like for example violence against Islamic
If it looks like
so I think that is acceptable.
this is my wife is Trump.
But Trump also had
Yeah,
this,
and I went there.
underlying theme about extremist racism. So we have to accept what there is, but then keep on
Trying to
see
see
aspect of it. Yeah.
anything for this microphone?
No, I think they're going to turn it.
Does this panel have a name?
She just called it the post-Aban tribunal.
It's not formed yet.
So it's a transition.
And when it's so now, is it supposed to take? Okay, let's begin. Thank you very much for attending. So this is a panel to discuss, in effect, what happens next. Just to remind you, because of course you've only heard the findings very quickly a moment ago, but so let me just remind you what the main findings are. First of all, in relation to human rights, it was the panel's unanimous judgment that the Islamic Republic of Iran is responsible for violating a range of rights and freedoms, including the freedom of assembly, the right to life, the right to liberty and security of the person, freedom from enforced disappearances, freedom from torture and other cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment or punishment, including sexual violence and rape, the right of access to justice, the right to dignity, including dignity of the dead. That was one principal finding, which was unanimous. More than that, the panel also found that the evidence established beyond a reasonable doubt that the Iranian government and its security forces designed and implemented a plan to commit crimes against humanity of murder, imprisonment, enforced disappearances, torture and sexual violence in order to quell the protests and conceal the crimes committed. And by a majority, the panel also found, beyond a reasonable doubt, that the criminal plan included the crime against humanity, the crime of humanity of persecution. That is, the protesters and the bystanders were discriminately targeted for their collective involvement in the protests and/or their perceived association with the group, and their rights severely curtailed or denied. And finally, and of course the judgment is going to be much more detailed than this, and I'm just giving you the headlines. Finally, we found unanimously that there was a powerful case to answer against certain individuals, that according to international modes of liability, the evidence established that certain individuals, including the supreme leader, were more likely than not to have significantly participated in the crimes, significantly participated in the planning and design of the criminal plan, and shared the criminal intent for the entirety of the crimes. So just to give you a quick reminder of what the findings are. And of course, as you will appreciate, those we named were just the tip of the iceberg. The available evidence suggests that many more individuals from the Iranian government and its security forces were part and parcel of the criminal plan, designed it, implemented it. And you'll also appreciate, of course, that these findings are particularly timely given the current events in Iran and the Iranian government's apparent treatment of Mahsa Amini, who had the temerity to wear a hijab in the manner of her own choosing and ended up paying for it with her life. Driven by the morality police to a detention center for so-called re-education, 3 days later, she was dead. And so as we speak, the protests are once again being brutally crushed as they were in Aban 2019. Dozens have already died and many more are injured. And so this panel, which contains some wonderfully knowledgeable experts, are going to look at these findings and discuss what happens next. I want to just remind you of a quote by the famous Indian author Arundhati Roy. Quote, there's really no such thing as the voiceless. There are only those deliberately sidelined or preferably unheard. And so my question to the panel is, how do we enable the voices of the Iranian people to be heard? We couldn't have a better panel to answer those questions. First of all, to my right, Professor Javed Rehman, UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Iran. He has been that since 2018. He's a professor of international human rights law and Muslim constitutionalism at Brunel University in London. He's written extensively on the topic of international human rights law, Islamic law, and constitutional practices of Muslim majority states. To my immediate right, MEP Evin Insier, who is a Swedish social democrat, member of the EU with Kurdish roots, who grew up in the suburbs of Bergenschon in the Swedish city of Gothenburg. I'm sure I've pronounced that badly. She's a member of the European Parliament since 2019 and is serving on the Committee on Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs, the Committee on Development and Committee on Foreign Affairs. Most recently, she joined the committee to investigate the use of Pegasus and other surveillance spyware in Europe. In addition to her committee assignments, Insier is part of the Parliament's delegation to the EU-Turkey Joint Parliamentary Committee, the European Parliament's rapporteur in charge of the relations with Palestine, and a member of the LGBTIQ intergroup. Evan is the former Secretary General of International Union of Socialist Youth and former Deputy International Secretary of the Social Democratic Party of Sweden. She fights to promote democracy, equality and feminism in Europe and beyond. And to my immediate left, Baroness Sandip Verma. Baroness Verma served as Parliamentary Under Secretary of State at the Department for International Development from May 2015 until July 2016. She's been a Conservative member of the House of Lords since 2006 and previously served as Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for DECC. Prior to becoming the Parliamentary Under Secretary of State for DECC, Baroness Verma was spokesperson for Cabinet Office, International Development, Women and Equalities, and Business Innovation and Skills. And last but not least, Regina Paulus is an international criminal law attorney, co-counsel to the Aban Tribunal, and I can confirm her abilities. She previously served as the chair of the steering committee of the UK Child Sex Abuse People's Tribunal and served as a member of the independent panel on the China Tribunal, which focused on forced organ harvesting. She's the editor of People's Tribunal's Human Rights and Law, published by Routledge, and is a contributing author to the volume focusing on victims' rights. As you can see, quite a panel. So without further ado, and actually just before I start, if you want headphones and translation, there are headphones at the back, just to remind everybody if you need translation. So without further ado, let me turn to each of the panelists and ask them to give a presentation of 5 minutes, and I'll try to be strict because time is short. Starting with you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this invitation for me to speak on this important occasion and on this important day. The tragic death of Mahsa Amini, as the chair has already mentioned, her tragic death on the 16th of September 2022, the protest and the ensuing bloodshed on the streets of Iran, as it is unfolding today, brings back the terrible memories of November 2019 protests, with its considerable bloodshed and violence perpetrated by the Iranian state. Indeed, the images from the bloody November Aban of 2019 continues to provide a vivid reminder of state violence. These images from November 2019 also remain a vivid reminder of the state impunity. The absence of accountability or even state acknowledgement for the multitude of violations that took place by state agents in all corners of Iran in November 2019 and subsequently is not only merely a disregard for human lives, but also a complete disregard for for the rule of law. It is therefore of immense value to see civil society's efforts, which have culminated in the establishment of the Aban Tribunal, to seek accountability through the rule of law in the absence of any state effort and through the many state obstacles for ensuring the rule of law. An important aspect of the tribunal's significance is its solid methodology and the public dissemination of its documentation and hearings. Through its methodology and through its transparency, the tribunal has set a standard for not only people's tribunals, but also for domestic processes. Now, I would briefly turn to the high price that has been paid by witnesses to this tribunal. We are also bitterly aware that giving testimonies before the tribunal has come at a very high price. Families who have lost their loved ones have, in addition to those losses, carried additional losses. They have been subjected to reprisals, threats, prosecution, simply for seeking what is their right. The hearings before the tribunal have made clear to us that the problem of impunity goes beyond the violations during the protests, and that it extends to accountability, seeking efforts by families and others. The question about importance of international mechanisms on accountability in Iran. The Aban Tribunal is the latest in a series of efforts by civil society to ensure accountability in a context where domestic political and legal structures for accountability are extremely limited. Iran's People's Tribunal was established in year 2007 as a civil society accountability mechanism to look into the enforced disappearances and summary executions of political dissidents in 1988. Yet another emblematic example of the state of impunity in that country. Other civil society organizations have also brought much-needed light over violations. These include the Abdurrahman Burman Center's Omid Memorial and the Spreading Justice Initiative by the human rights activists in Iran. These and other efforts serve a valuable goal of public information, advocacy, memorialization, or support to future accountability mechanisms. These efforts have shown that there is a need and a serious accountability gap in Iran, which the international community, both member states and international fora, need to recognize and provide tools for accountability gap in Iran, necessitates international attention and perhaps a permanent international mechanism on accountability in Iran. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll save questions until the end, and so I'll turn now straight away to MEP Evin Insia.
Thank you very much from my side also. It's an honor to be here at this very important event. I must too, of course, start by addressing the sadness of gathering today to discuss possible avenues of reconciliation and justice for 2019, while reading the unspeakable reports of Iran today. This prompts the importance of the work of this Aban Tribunal, of mobilizing the international community and continuing to remind the world that silence is compliancy. I'm myself Swedish, but I have Kurdish roots, so I know very well what oppression means. My own family was forced to flee from Turkey in the beginning of the 1990s. So human rights, democracy, respect for international law is and has always been close to my heart, whether it concerns the Ukrainian people, the Palestinian people, the Kurdish people, the Iranian people, because in the end, it is the same struggle it is about. No one at no time should and must be able to oppress anyone without the international community speaking up loudly. And what has happened in Iran 2019, before that, after that, and today is, I would say, a shame. whilst the international community is still very silent, this is continuing to happen. First ever female feminist revolution and continuation of the democratic revolution is right now taking place in Iran. No one except the women and the girls has the right to decide over her what she should wear or what she shouldn't wear. Democracy is not if or when, it is a human right. The women, the people of Iran, the Iranian, the Kurdish, the Baha'is, all women and people of Iran, has over 40 years faced oppression, whether it is based on gender, based on ethnicity, or religion. And it needs to come to an end. People of Iran has and still are showing that they have had enough. They actually never, ever stopped screaming for freedom. The international community, however, stopped listening. The murder of Jina Mahsa Amini fueled the anger even more. It is therefore important that EU, the US, and many other corporations, unions, countries start to speak out loud on that what's happening in Iran is not acceptable. Therefore, I have myself, as a member of the European Parliament, part of the Socialists and Democrats within the European Parliament, pushed for a resolution and a debate within the Parliament to ensure that we send a signal to all our 27 member states within the European Union that time is now to stop echoing the voice of the Iranian women, Iranian girls, Iranian men, Iranian elderly, Iranian people. And that this time, or this amplification, this echoing of their voice cannot be postponed anymore. People have had enough. And we even see that the Iranian Islamic regime do not see even any boundaries, have been starting to bomb, among others, the KRG, the Kurdistan region of Iraq. It is time, once again, that the international community takes its share of responsibility and ends the oppression that people in Iran and beyond are facing by the regime in Tehran. It is important that, I think in the previous panel, it very rightly was expressed that we need to, from the side of the international community, start targeting, sanctioning those behind this heinous oppression that is taking place within Iran. In the European Union, since last year, we have a law or a mechanism called the EU Global Sanction Human Rights Mechanism, and it is time for the EU to start using it, because if we don't use it now, when should we use it? If we say that the European Union is based on human rights, democracy, rule of law, it is also time for actions, and this is something that I, myself, and my group has been pushing for the last weeks, and we will continue pushing it for the next week's plenary session in the European Parliament to ensure that the European Union, with its 27 member states, also adopts it, and that we send a signal to the women, the girls, the men, the elderly, all the people in Iran, that we see them and we do not stand silent. And then also, it is important, of course, amplifying the voices through demonstrations and manifestations all over the world. I myself also initiated the other day a manifestation in defense of the freedom fighters in Iran outside the European Parliament, where there are representations from all the different parties and party groups within the Parliament. So this is important. It's not a matter if you are conservative or socialist or liberal. It is a matter of human rights, and we all need to stand together for the people of Iran. I will stop here. I have a few more things I would actually like to say, which I think would be important, and a few more actions that I would like the international community to take, but I think we will come back to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And let's turn now to Baroness Sandip Verma.
Thank you very much. And like other panelists, it's a great privilege and honor to be here today. standing up for the rights of women and girls is particularly the area that I focus on, but it doesn't negate the fact that today in Iran, we have also got everyone having their rights being abused just in the idea of peaceful protest. I listened very carefully to the findings of the panel and the recommendations, and what I fear, and I think it's a big fear for me, is that if we don't actually look at those sanctions, those recommendations being fulfilled to the maximum, then all we're doing is having a watered-down approach that allows appeasement and allows us to be seen as appeasers. And history tells us very clearly that if we continue to appease, the perpetrators continue to perpetrate atrocities. And I think the clear signals that we should be giving, given that this has got a face to the protests of 2022. 2019 had faces too. They will get lost in the discussions if we don't come out strongly and recognize that these protests are a culmination of a whole country's frustrations at not being heard. And if we don't come out strongly as an international community, and I am a parliamentarian in the UK, I sit in the House of Lords, it is my job to stand up. And I know, Chair, you said that there's nothing like voiceless people, it's just people that are not being heard. But the point is, how do we make those people's voices heard if we are silent ourselves? So I think it's an incumbency on us as parliamentarians internationally to be able to condemn strongly, and then to be able to look at the sanctions, and I've looked at the recommendations of the summary of recommendations. I believe that, in my view, that they should have been stronger. I believe, in my view, that if we are going to really stand up for the people whose human rights are totally being trashed, that peaceful protest is not being allowed, the fact that women have not got a choice on what they wear or don't wear, then I think that all of what is going on today will be another lot of loss of life, and we'll be visiting this again in the future. And we shouldn't be waiting for that next protest. We shouldn't be waiting for more people to die. We should strongly being told by parliamentarians across the globe what they are going to do to stand in unity for people's human rights. And to be quite frank, if we can't do it today, when the whole of the world's focus is on the protests in Iran, then when will we do it? When will we stand up and say, enough is enough, that tyrants and dictators based on theocracy are getting away with what they believe is their right to impose? And if we can't remove that plank of indiscriminate violence against human peaceful protest, then I'm afraid, as a world community, particularly those of us who stand up to speak up on human rights, are failing in our duty. And I would hope that all of us show unity to the people of Iran, and especially for me, for my sisters, my daughters, who are being so brave, knowing what the outcome's going to be for them. If they can do it standing in the country, why on earth can't we do it standing outside? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And over to you, Regina.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As you all are aware, the Aban Tribunal has concluded, which means that there will be no more evidence taken, there will be no more hearings, And the panel, as soon as they release that final report, will be finished with their duties and obligations to the tribunal. And that generally means, in the scale of people's tribunals, that the hardest part is over. But what I want to emphasize today is that the critical part is the next juncture, and that is going to require all of you to step forward and to engage in the findings. The panel has graciously provided recommendations that I believe, when you look at them, may look very hard to achieve, but if you stay dedicated and committed, I believe you can achieve those findings and you would be able to endorse those recommendations, particularly the ones in which we're calling for justice and accountability. In addition to those recommendations, one of the recommendations that has been now actively being promoted by civil society is the creation of an independent investigative mechanism by the United Nations, similar to that which has been set up for Syria and for Myanmar, or Burma. And in those cases where this mechanism has been set up, there have been universal jurisdiction cases open in Germany, in Turkey, and many other places around the world, which has allowed for the preservation of evidence and for the evidence to remain credible to assist prosecutors in their duties. One of the most important things now would be the promotion of universal jurisdiction, especially towards the 160 perpetrators that the prosecution, Mr. Sabi and I, had named, and that we know we'll see more of in the final, hopefully in the final report. I want to let you know that in some other parts of my work, I have been able and fortunate to be engaged with people in civil society in Burma. And in the work that I've been doing there, they are very brave, and they also are facing a tyrannical regime. They are suffering, and they have not given up on the quest for justice. And I'm sure during the Q&A we can go into this more, but what I want to let the people of Iran know now is that you are not alone. There are many others that have gone before you and continue to fight for justice. You are all very powerful, and more importantly, you can achieve justice, and the only failure will be if you do not try. Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now, before I turn it over for a Q&A, I just want to, because it's moderator's prerogative, just to ask a couple of questions myself. First of all, to the professor, you mentioned a permanent mechanism, an international mechanism, and Regina obviously just mentioned something akin to the IIIM for Syria or the IIM for Myanmar. How likely is that, and what would be the process by which we get there?
Thank you very much for this question. It's an important question on this important occasion. I think we need to propagate, it's very important to have accountability and rule of law. The question is, for example, if you want to establish a mechanism of this sort, you would have to work with member states, including and in particular member states of the Human Rights Council. And then the issue is how much initiatives these member states have, how much are they willing to support the establishment of such a tribunal. I'm here to support this cause, and I would encourage you and all members of the panel and the audience here to support me, to seek justice and accountability. And as you would remember, that I have consistently recommended that the Human Rights Council establishes a mechanism of international accountability, be it in the form of a commission or an inquiry or whatever form. But we must not allow the perpetrators of these serious human rights violations to escape justice. And that is the key to your question. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Let me turn to Regina now, because it's just to stay on the same subject. For those of you who don't know, the IIIM and the IIM, they're essentially documenting mechanisms which have a mandate to collect evidence and then feed it into national trial processes or international trial processes. But, you know, there's a certain frustration about those mechanisms because, in a sense, they're quite passive. They collect evidence, but largely the public doesn't know what's happening. Would you want to replicate those types of mechanisms, or would you like to change the mechanisms? What would you see as the most effective mechanism for Iran?
I think the most effective mechanism would be an independent tribunal, but I do not think that that's politically realistic given the composition of some of the parties that are in the United Nations and some of the alliances that are there. But an independent mechanism like the one for Myanmar, the good thing about that is wherever the perpetrators go, that mechanism works with civil society to capture and to make sure that we have credible evidence. So I believe the Nuri case is a great example, the one from Sweden. In that case, had there been a mechanism, perhaps there would have been a lot more things that it could have focused on besides what he was charged. We only had a certain amount of evidence, and a lot of it is also in terms of what you all are gathering, civil society gathers. I'm not really sure if there is a consistent standard. So the mechanism allows that to happen, and I think it can very much help in achieving justice.
Thank you. Okay, I'll turn to you, MEP Ivan. You mentioned raising the issue of sanctions, and you sort of suggested that there's some sort of pushback. Could you explain the process which you go through to try to push for sanctions in relation to a situation such as Iran, and what the pushback might be and how you might overcome those obstacles?
I would say more than a pushback, the member states are not acting fast enough. And here comes the responsibility also from the European Parliament to push the member state to take their responsibility immediately, not in 1 week, not in 2 weeks, but immediately, because it is now when the people in Iran are being oppressed even more than they usually are being done. It's now where the women, girls, men, elderly are on the streets. It's now we need to show our solidarity in both words, through manifestation, demonstrations, but more than that, by actions, through using our toolbox as, for example, the sanction mechanism, and sanction those people that are behind the oppression that the people are facing today. However, I just wanted to actually, if it's okay, to touch up on the previous question also. In the European Parliament in May 2020, I was actually a part of negotiating to adopt the new rules which allows the European Union agency, Eurojust, the criminal justice cooperation, to prevent evidence for war crimes. These new rules will allow this agency, Eurojust, to process, analyze, and share this evidence to facilitate, of course, justice and serve to facilitate justice and end impunity. So from the side of the European Union, also the last month, it has primarily been related to Ukraine, but it is not only a tool to be used in one conflict, it's also, or in one situation, but also in other situations also. So this is also, I think, important for the European Union to use its already existing tools, but in a better way than we do today. So I wouldn't say that there are any obstacles in that way, but the countries for now hasn't acted fast enough.
Thank you. And let me pick up on the Eurojust point. So how would it work? Would it work as a IIIM, or would it work in a different way?
So more or less, so it's to collect, to process and analyze, and then share the evidence with the countries it concerns, to ensure that the prosecutions or that they can prosecute people in a thorough way, and that they have enough evidence to ensure also conviction, especially in those cases that we already know that there has been they have been behind war crimes or genocides. Then we need to ensure that there also is enough evidence that points or could be used against those people or that person.
Okay, thank you. Now, before I turn it over to everyone for questions, I have to, of course, turn to Baroness and her challenge. The panel made various recommendations, including that the Islamic Republic of Iran conduct independent, impartial, transparent investigations, release all those held in arbitrary detention, and so on. And we made recommendations that the international community should urge the government of Iran to do that, to pursue universal jurisdiction, to refer the situation to the International Criminal Court, targeted sanctions. Baroness, I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but you did say that we didn't go far enough. So would you like to elaborate on that?
So I'll just, sorry, and it's not any criticism.
No, it's fine to be critical.
I really want to say that I really appreciate that the fact we've got some recommendations. But what I want to be able to do is to look at the recommendations and see how we strengthen them. Mm-hmm. How do you expect a regime you're asking to actually investigate themselves? How do you expect them to be the ones that are going to say, let's go and see what it is we're doing wrong without an independent body overseeing what's being done internally? So we're waiting for somebody to police, investigate, and then tell us what they've done. And I can't see that happening unless there is a very strong, independent body involved in making sure that the questions being asked, the way it's being delivered, the outcomes that are being expected are all being able to be verified by somebody other than the regime itself. Now, I know that this is a big ask, but if we had faith in the process, maybe it would be different. But this is now 2022. We're following on from something that happened in 2019, and previous to that, and previous to that. So we've got to be able to be confident that actually the recommendations, and believe me, they are there for us to be able to work around. But I would really, really recommend that the biggest instrument that we need at this moment in time is that independent body that will be able to actually verify what is taking place. And unless that happens, I don't think anyone sitting here will believe anything coming out of Iran. And that is great sadness, because the people of Iran don't deserve that. They don't deserve not to have change. My colleague from the European Union is saying we need to respond quickly. Of course we do, but we've been trying to respond quickly for decades. And the sadness is that we respond not in a unified way. And until we actually collectively as an international community come together, whether it's Burma or Iran or other states, we will not be able to change the needle on the dial quick enough. And that is my concern.
Thank you. I'll open it up for questions. I think now is a great opportunity to speak to some real experts. The lady there, please.
Hello, and good morning to everyone. Thank you to the panel. I want to show my respect and gratitude to your partaking in this situation and the tribunal. I just have a question. In the world that we're living in, it has been allowed for Gaza to exist as the largest prison camp in the world. Afghanistan is in ruins after US and UK abandoned it into the hands of Taliban. For 44 years, my people have been under devastation and scrutiny through their own government, a government that was helped to exist through the help of Europeans. How do I trust that today's judgment is actually going to make a difference to my people in Iran when they are in front of bullets right now? It's been 14 days of revolution in motion. Every day people are getting kidnapped, not arrested, kidnapped by the authorities. How is today's movement going to make a difference in Iran today? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I'll just take a couple more questions and then turn all of the questions over to the panel. Lady there, please.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today and for...
Sorry, could you just introduce yourself?
Yes, my name is Untitled Chapter and I'm from Cyprus. I would like to comment, answer some question following the words of the member of the European Parliament, Mrs. Insir, where she said, silence is compliance, it's time for action, and we do not, and that they need to know we see them and we do not remain silent. You mentioned a lot of ethnicities, and if I'm not mistaken, you have not mentioned Cypriots, where the half of the country is under the illegal occupation, military occupation of Turkey. And I want to remind you that Cyprus is a member of the EU, so since 2004, and the occupation is from 1974. And I want to say, how do you expect the Iranian government to follow the rule of law and the recommendations from EU when EU itself cannot sort out the violation of international law in the EU? And a lot of people saying, so why speak about crimes committed in 1974? Why speak about my family that is forced displaced since today? Because we, the international community, the regional community, the civil society, we reform international law. We reform what is acceptable and what is not. So please, we have to be, as the last speaker said, Mrs. Baroness Santin Verma, that justice has to be for all. Justice has to be for all the crimes. Accountability has to be for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I beg your pardon, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah. Sorry.
Hello, and thank you so much for being here and for all your work and your efforts. My name is Shiva Mahboubi, and I'm from the Campaign to Free Political Prisoners in Iran. And my specific question is actually regarding the detainees. As we see that they use the same method that they used in November 2019, and they use it now. And what we observed, besides shooting the protesters, one of the main things they use is detaining not just the protesters, actually the former political prisoners, the right activists, and specifically the university students. And families do not know where they are. They don't know if their loved one is dead or alive. And obviously, the regime is not responding at all. So we try to compile a list of the detainees, but while I know that writing letters, reports, condemnation are extremely important, but sadly, they're not enough anymore. And it's kind of been normalized. At the same time, I understand that working toward the ultimate goal of establishment of investigative mechanism is important. But what we need, what do we do now? And my question to you is, which I'm sure the question of many people in Iran and the families of political prisoners, what could you advise, what could you do in your power to force, and I'm using the word force, not negotiate with the regime, to force the regime to release all the detainees. And this is extremely important, because if we be able to do that, then we kind of put that pressure on the regime not to arrest furthermore. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, one more question, then I'll ask the panel.
Thank you. I also want to thank everyone, and also for this historical tribunal and its finding and judgment, which is quite important, and I hope it will be taken on as if discussed in here. My name is Saeed Khalil Rad, and I'm a psychotherapist and an activist towards politics in Iran. My question is, it was a unanimous agreement that we need an international support in order to force the Iranian regime to stop their crime against humanity, which has been going on for 43 years. Not Aban Tribunal, and right now on the streets. So if we need international support, my first question is to Baroness Varma. Why Conservative Party and its leader, Liz Truss, has been deafeningly quiet, silent, intentionally silent, because it's been everywhere on the news, media, newspapers, radio. This time it's been publicized. by Conservative Party in the UK has been deafeningly silent. Why? And from Mr. Rahman, Secretary General of the UN, Mr. Guterres, his comments was not even a slap on the wrist of the Islamic regime. It was a friendly comment. It's as if saying that, come on, stop it so we don't have to go against you. What can we do that UN finally stops for its principle and stand up, at least in Iran, to Islamic regime and not overriding the visa requirement and insisting that Raisi has to come to UN. Raisi's name was here, mentioned as one of those ones. It's well known, documented that President of Iran has committed crime, ordered to kill thousands of people. But UN and Secretary General insist that he has to be present. Why? And the last question to Ms. Regina, what can we do in an international level to make these governments and states responsible to not just acknowledge, but take steps? And that independent panel and tribunal that you said, it's very difficult. Are there any way to work around it so that independent tribunal can finally be established? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I think let's get some answers first, and then we'll turn to some more questions. There'll be time for more. The first question, I think, or the first two questions are to a certain degree about selectivity, about the role of the UK and the US in Afghanistan, and how, notwithstanding, we can push for the rule of law. And I think a similar sort of question about, but with reference to Cyprus. So let me turn first to the professor and then to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there were very important questions, very searching questions about how international law and international human rights law needs to operate in an objective, fair, and transparent manner. Let me just mention to you that I am the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in the Islamic Republic of Iran. And my focus, certainly in this context, is to ensure justice and accountability for those who have suffered very serious violations of human rights. And my frame of reference is international law, international human rights law, the mechanisms that we have, and also to international humanitarian law mechanisms. And this is all within the framework of the United Nations. So I am very determined to seek justice, to seek accountability, talk to relevant mechanisms. I am willing and committed to speaking to member states within the Human Rights Council and outside of it, how effectively we can ensure this issue of justice and accountability. And I'm very happy to talk to each one of you and to member states as well to see what can be done further. Now, if you look at my previous recommendations in the reports, in my previous two reports, I have asked the international community to establish effective mechanisms for ensuring accountability for the November 2019 protests and for the 1988 massacres. And there are many other instances where the cases are not closed, justice needs to be done. Again, I emphasize that we must work collectively. We have to work within the UN system. And herein I respond to your question that it is a challenging environment that the United Nations work as a political body. It is a diplomatic endeavor. And within that diplomatic endeavor, we have to persuade the international community to ensure that justice and accountability is done. And if I can just make one further comment on how effectively we can have accountability achieved. One avenue is what we have seen, and I think panel members have mentioned, the Nouri case, the universal jurisdiction, the use of universal jurisdiction. So what I will say to you is that those people those individuals who have committed gross and serious violations of human rights should have no space to escape justice. And therefore, we should make more use of universal jurisdiction. Individual states can initiate proceedings against individuals who have committed these gross atrocities and therefore bring them to trial and bring them to justice. And I will stop here. Thank you.
And MEP Insir, Cyprus.
Yes. Thank you for the questions and your thoughts and interventions. I'm not here as the representative of the European Union. I'm here as a member of the European Parliament from the Socialists and Democrats, also representing Sweden, my own party, the Social Democratic Party of Sweden, which means that I have the same criticism as many of you in here, that it's very little that is being done, and I would not say that things has been done quickly. It hasn't been done quickly enough. This is the problem. I mean, if it would have, things have been done and quickly enough, we wouldn't have seen the year after year oppression that is taking place in Iran right now, or Afghanistan, or any other part of the world. The problem is that we haven't done enough, and we haven't done it quickly enough. And then the question about Cyprus, and it's a very important question. I mean, I mentioned some places, but of course I didn't mention, because it will be a long list of countries to mention where there is oppression taking place or occupation taking place. And Cyprus is rightly a country, a part of the European Union, where the north part of Cyprus is occupied by Turkey. And trust me, I work quite a lot within the European Parliament on the Cyprus issue, and also the violations of Greek territories by Turkey. I have myself, for example, by the Turkish government, been pointed out, or by Turkish media close to the Turkish government, being pointed out as a person who allegedly been up on the mountain and fought against Turkey and been sent to the European Parliament to go some errands by different actors. So that I didn't mention Cyprus in this context, it doesn't mean that I'm not fighting the Cyprus struggle also within the Parliament, rather opposite. And then how is it, if change will come today with everything that is happening? It all depends on our actions. It depends on the actions of the European Union. It depends on the actions of the international community. And as I said, I think there is quite a lot more that we need to do. Start with the sanctions. It's not hard. As the panelists before me mentioned, it is quite, I mean, we should start targeting those that are behind the murder of Gina Amini and all other women, and people and organizations, companies that are behind oppression that are taking place in Iran, in Afghanistan, and other places. I'm proud actually over the new mechanism in the European Union, which was put in place last year, 2021, 1st of January, but I don't think that we have used it in the way that we actually can use in the benefit of people in Iran, in Afghanistan, in Cyprus, and all other places.
Can I just pick up on that?
Yeah.
How is it being used, and what's the problem?
I mean, it has been used in case of China, it has been used in case of Myanmar, for example. So I shouldn't say that it has never been used, but I think like for the concrete examples of Iran, why does it take so long time for us to put a place or to use a mechanism that we put in place in order for the sanctions to go faster than they were usually or it usually was taken. And I mean, many times previously, some countries were constituting obstacles, but with the new mechanism it becomes easier to target specific people, specific companies, rather than with a broad sanctions. So yes, it has been used in some cases, but not enough, I would say, especially not in the case of Iran.
Thank you. Baroness Bowman, why has our Prime Minister been so silent?
So I can't ever answer for other people, first and foremost. And I think what I would like all of us to do, and we all have the power to do it, each one of us lives in a constituency with an MP. and therefore you have the power of the pen to put to your members of parliament why there is silence on this. I will never speak up for somebody else, but all I can tell you is that people like me, wherever we see atrocities against people on human rights, particularly for women and girls in my case, I will raise my voice. And that's not because I have an affiliation, special affiliation with any one of you. I have an affiliation with the world's population on women and girls, women and rights. So that's it. So we have to be quite specific on our asks. And I say to each and every one of you and your friends, get your members of parliament to raise it with the government why there is no comment coming forward at this moment in time. I know my fellow parliamentarians in the House of Lords and in the House of Commons, all of us collectively, when we come back to Parliament, and I've been speaking to the rapporteur here, if there are motions, questions that you wish to have raised, then please utilise those people who already speak up for you, but use your members of Parliament to raise the questions that worry you. Their job is to represent their constituents, and you all belong to a constituency. So that's on that. But, Chair, if I may just talk about the detainees, because I feel that's a really important question. You know, we cannot know what's happening to those detainees. We don't know what's happened to any of the detainees, what conditions they're in, what's happening to them, what rights they have to legal counsel or anything, unless we're able to get the international community to demand, whether it's through the UN or through other institutions, an independent group of people to go and speak to the detainees. Because on your recommendations, it's there. I want to know how we're going to be able to utilise your recommendation, Chair. So I'm sorry I'm putting the question back to the Chair, but I want to know how are we able to know what's happening to the detainees? The recommendation is there. What are the steps the international community needs to take to be able to implement the ability to be able to see what's happening?
Thank you. And Regina, one question from the audience, which was what are the steps, which is what the Baroness has just asked. But I also want to ask a specific question, which is, it strikes me that the call for an independent mechanism may in fact actually be more a call for universal jurisdiction than it is for an international mechanism. The international mechanism, for those of you who don't know, is mandated to give evidence to the national level when a state opens up a case using universal jurisdiction principles. Then the international mechanism feeds that information to the prosecution at the national level. So aren't we really talking about states strengthening their universal jurisdiction principles and their exercise of them?
Yeah, so to that point it is, which echoes exactly what's in the findings of the panel. But the difference is the consistency and the quality of the evidence that goes forward in these cases. And it's really important that that is done. The other thing, which we do find in the cases of Burma, is that civil society directly interacts with the mechanism to provide the evidence. So we're not waiting, no matter what, even if it's 5 to 10 years from now and we're waiting for the 160 people that we're saying that are responsible for this. If they never leave the country, if they do leave the country, the evidence is there. It never gets lost. And that's one of the key reasons why this mechanism is important, but it does emphasize the need, and I believe that is going to be the critical solution, is universal jurisdiction. One of the things I wanted to comment on was your question. I'm sorry, I forgot your name. But, you know, when we had the China Tribunal, Mr. Sabi and I, we worked on that as well. And most people, when they heard that there was forced organ harvesting in China, couldn't believe it. There was a 600-page report that was released, and it took civil society and a lot of groups to work together, and that's important because you all have to work together, no matter what whether you all get along or not is irrelevant. You have to work together. but they were able to change laws on organ tourism. They've been able to raise the attention, to get parliamentarians involved, and to bring attention to that, and it's very hard. Now, one of the last remaining challenges they have is what the United Nations can do. And so that goes back to your question, which is, even though the United Nations, of course there are going to be allies for Iran that are sitting there. That goes without saying, everybody's got a friend. But there are also countries like probably in Europe, the United Kingdom and the US and other countries around the world that are going to stand by the requests that Iranian civil society has. And what you have to do is, and I think strategically what's important, is to remind every state of the obligations that they take on. So for instance, it is a UN Sustainable Development Goal, number 16, that calls for the rule of law and justice. The international community is failing if there is no prosecution when things like this happen, and when they don't want to actually address that. The other thing is, recently, the UN Security Council, which two of Iran's friends, Russia and China, sit on the council, which probably would be a block to a recommendation for the ICC or for the creation of a tribunal, is calling for, and the policy, I think it was a policy, not a resolution, that was put out, for the abstention of permanent members not to use the veto in cases of mass atrocities. And it is up to us to remind them that when they say these things out into the world, that they enforce it. Otherwise, why should we listen to them ever? So I think it's important to remember that in the advocacy.
Thank you. Just one question, because I promised you, and then we'll have to wrap up, unfortunately. Go for it. The lady in the white. The lady in the white, and then I'll call on you. The last two questions.
Greetings to you all.
Okay.
Number two.
I think number two, I think. Yeah. Go for it.
Just saying hello and thanking you. Hello and greetings to you all. As your colleague mentioned, and unfortunately I forgot their name, who's come from Sweden. 2 days ago, the Islamic Republic of Iran explicitly attacked the station of Kurdish parties, and the result is 17 killed and many injured, and also bombed the school of children. We know that the situation of Iran is killing innocent people, and is also is attacking innocent people, bombing them. Same with shooting kulbars, border couriers, and suhtbars, also border couriers. If the Islamic Republic achieves nuclear weapon, what kind of a tragedy can happen? The EU and other countries that support Iran, how is it that they have continued to insist on JCPOA and the revitalization of it? Isn't it that the time has come that the international community brings peace to Iran and the Middle East and allow them to live calmly? My question is, what is your specific recommendation to see, and so that we can see an end to these systematic atrocities of killing people and repressing people? Maybe some of it you don't even know about yet. Thank you.
Question. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Hello, my name is Mohammad Ali Baluch from Baluchistan. The cruelty that the Islamic Republic of Iran does in Baluchistan, it doesn't do anywhere else. It has kept people there starved. An authority has now raped a 15-year-old girl. these atrocities are of the Islamic Republic. Which kind of a republic is this? We all have women and families in our families. How could we be treated this way? The authorities in Chabahar, Honarak, Dashtiyari, you have to see the atrocities that are being done by the Islamic Republic there. Till when can the people tolerate this? I would like to ask Javed Rahman to please see what you can do about this. They have made us starve that we have to eat bananas with the peel. What do you believe in? This is not a republic. This is not Islamic. This is an evil regime. Thank you so much. Sorry.
Maybe what I will do is just give each panelist 30 seconds to wrap up. I think where we go from here, and I think that will answer the last two comments and queries, I think. So, starting with you, Professor, 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. Two key points from these two questions. One, the issue of cool bars, the violations of the rights of the Kurdish people, as well as the Balochi minorities. I have consistently documented the serious gross violations, the discriminations that ethnic and religious minorities have to suffer. So, for example, on the Balochis, if you look at the figures of executions of drug offenders, these are totally disproportionate. Again, the cool bar issues, so many of Kurds are being killed by security forces, and it all amalgamates into an issue of absence of rule of law and accountability. And this is a feature that we have been examining today in the context of protests, in terms of violations of women's rights, in terms of violations of ethnic and minority rights. So I would say that we have to take forward our concerns, and we must seek accountability and justice for women, for ethnic minorities, for religious minorities, and for the ordinary people of Iran. Thank you.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I think most of the things has been said before, and I've been listening into everything that you have been saying. And whilst we have been discussing, I also just got a text message that I will be able to negotiate this resolution in the European Parliament next week. And I promise at this meeting that all the inputs that I've got from you, all the voices that have spoken out today, those will also be seen within the resolution next week. We need to do everything we can through sanction, through other actions to end the impunity that exists, that the Islamic regime in Iran right now are having. So I will do my share to ensure that, at least from the side of the European Parliament, there are demands from for actions by the member states and the European Union to take their share of responsibility.
Thank you very much. Baroness?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to put a challenge to everyone in this room. We are civil society, right? We can make change, but not as separate groups. It doesn't matter where atrocity takes place, but as civil societies, we have to come together. And we don't. And I don't know why we don't, but we don't. We need to take some ownership of why we haven't changed anything, because where voices are very disunited. So my challenge to all of you is this: get civil society to come together to demand that international community comes together to demand. Because if we can't demonstrate it, we won't get it. If we can't demonstrate that we can be one global voice in civil society standing up, I don't know how many people you've seen protesting outside. I mean, my friend Mansoura came today to hear what was going to be said here, but she's been out there every day. But how many other civil society groups have you all galvanized? And that's the failing we have. We believe it's in my garden, so it's my problem, but then somebody else's garden isn't my problem. Trust me, if it's your problem today, it's somebody else's problem somewhere else, it means it's our problem. So I'm not going to answer your question because I don't think I have the answer. I think the answer sits with all of us, and we've got to find a way of doing it and forget the different factions, but bring all the things that are common to us to fight together on.
Thank you. Regina?
So to the last two that asked the question, my response is for you to be relentless in raising awareness and to messaging the people. And I'm probably going to get in trouble for saying this, but you see the rapporteur here, you have a parliamentarian here, and you have the Baroness here. Email them every day if you have to. There's other rapporteurs that focus on racism, that focus on poverty, everything, every issue, sexual violence, and they should have the information at their hands all the time, because the last thing you ever want a parliamentarian or a rapporteur at the UN to say is, I didn't know. Yeah. And you have to be able to do that. All of you have to stand together to do that. So just don't give up. Be relentless in your pursuit of justice.
Well, I think powerful calls to action. So join me in thanking our panel for a really interesting discussion. Thank you. Before you run off, there is a bit more. There are some video messages from, first of all, a Swedish MEP, David Legger, who I think must be your colleague.
It is, from another party, but colleague.
And then followed by Erwin Kotler, a former Canadian MP, and then followed by Helena Kennedy, who probably needs no introduction, but is the president of the International Bar Association. So let's just listen to these. It won't take long, about 20 minutes or so, and then we can break for lunch. So first of all, MEP David Legger.
I would like to thank you all for being here at the Iran's Atrocities Tribunal event and for inviting me to speak at this point in history for the victims and for their families who have been subjected to atrocities committed by the Iranian regime during the protests in 2019. I am very sorry that I could not be there with you in person. First of all, the findings of this tribunal and its outcome come in a timely manner due to the current situation in Iran. Secondly, I want to applaud the 6 internationally renowned lawyers, the entirely independent panel of judges who, on a completely volunteer basis, have been investigating the international crimes and human rights violations committed by the Iranian regime and found in their investigations that Iran and its security forces are responsible for massive violations of human rights during and after the protests. My name is David Legger. I'm a member of the European Parliament representing Sweden. I'm a member of the Foreign Affairs Committee that works on EU's relations with the rest of the world, and as a member of the Subcommittee on Human Rights, I work with promoting human rights and fundamental freedoms. Furthermore, I am following Iran closely as my political group's so-called standing rapporteur on Iran. One of my primary focuses has been on the Swedish-Iranian national, Dr. Ahmadreza Jalali, who was arrested on the 24th of April 2016 by the Iranian security forces. I initiated an urgency resolution about his case in the European Parliament. And when it was reported that Iranian authorities were taking steps to execute Dr. Jalali by May 21 this year, I requested that the European Parliament President, Roberta Metsola, would take urgent action as a point of order in the plenary room. She acted immediately by also calling on Iran to set Dr. Jalali free. As the standing rapporteur on Iran, I can also use my platform to criticize the regime under President Raisi on its crackdown of freedom in the country in 2019 and today, and on individual cases such as the recent tragic death of Mahsa Amini. Many lawmakers and heads of states have already condemned the killing of Mahsa Amini and the violent crackdown of the protesters in Iran, but more action is needed. We cannot condemn the Iranian regime while providing President Raisi with a platform. We cannot give contradicting messages. While one EU top diplomat rules out a meeting with Raisi, another one is setting up a meeting with him. A parallel can be seen between the crackdown of protests back in 2019 and today, as the response by the Iranian authorities has been similar, and it is our responsibility to have a united response this time. The EU and the international community must have a united voice against human rights violations committed by the Iranian regime. The regime must be held accountable for the crimes committed towards the Iranian people who are yearning for freedom. And what I can say in the case of the JCPOA is that it's still on hold. The EU plays a major role in the negotiations, but the last few details are still not resolved. Hopefully, Iran could be in the beginning of a transition, and it is important that the JCPOA stays on hold until a major change happens. We do not know what happens tomorrow, and while we must view the situation in Iran realistically, I cannot deny the fact that I am hopeful for a change soon with the Iranian people's determination for a change, for liberty. With over 400 witnesses, mainly from Iran, risking their lives and participating in the process, hoping to see tangible actions from the international community, I hope that the conclusions, findings and recommendations of this tribunal will be a first step towards justice. With the hundreds of people in Iran burning their veils, cutting their hair and raising their voices against the oppressive and authoritarian laws, I hope that the outcomes of the tribunal will lead to the first steps towards justice. And I would like to thank you all for the opportunity to address you all here today, and I look forward continuing to work together with you to make a sustainable difference. Thank you.
My name is Baroness Helena Kennedy, and I am a barrister, a King's Counsel here in the United Kingdom. I'm also the director of the International Bar Association's Institute of Human Rights. I wanted to speak about the situation in Iran. I have been to Iran. It's the most beautiful country. It is full of the most wonderful people. And it fills me with sadness to see what is happening there. And I feel it is a real source of shame to the government of Iran is behaving so badly to its own people. Following the Iranian government's announcement of the increase in the price of fuel oil in November of 2019, the population initiated a response in the form of mass protests. The reaction demonstrated the Iranian people's interest in entering into the public debate about the situation, and they were demonstrating their frustration with the government's measures and their concern over the consequences of those measures. Unfortunately, despite political rights to peaceful assembly and protest being guaranteed by Article 27 of the Constitution of Iran and various international treaties ratified by the Iranian government, the state response was severely violent. The security forces acted over 5 days to clear the streets and quell the protests. They used both lethal and non-lethal force against civilians. 55 witnesses, including protesters and the relatives of protesters and bystanders, individuals who have been subjected to arbitrary arrest and detention and torture, as well as unfair trials. There were healthcare workers gave evidence, former security and judicial officials were heard, and the panel also heard from expert witnesses. They had written statements also from 169 other witnesses. The tribunal found that the restrictions the government imposed, including the use of both non-lethal and lethal force, was not proportionate or necessary and only served to extinguish the right to protest and violate the range of civil and political rights of individuals who were simply asserting their right to engage in public debate. The tribunal found that the actions of the authorities involved arbitrary arrests, it involved forced confessions, and indeed there were enforced disappearances. People were kept incommunicado, and some people were never to be heard of again. Freedom from torture is one of the fundamental rights that has to be protected around the world. Unfortunately, detainees, including women and children, were routinely tortured and ill-treated and occasionally subjected to sexual violence and to other inhumane conditions of detention. When one analyses the evidence, it becomes very clear that the protests were mainly peaceful, but a pattern of force was used to disperse those peaceful protests. The tribunal found that the evidence demonstrated that the authorities were routinely seeking to cause as much harm as possible, and that they did so using dangerous weapons against children, the elderly, those with disabilities, women, and others. Many detainees were denied access to lawyers during the investigation, and some were denied the assistance of a lawyer of their own choosing at their summary and predetermined trials. And they were predetermined. There was no question that there was going to be any acquittals. And so what we found in looking at that evidence and what we heard from that tribunal was that the security forces were responsible for massive, gross violations of human rights. The evidence also demonstrated that beyond a reasonable doubt, there were crimes against humanity committed, crimes of persecution on political grounds committed by the state of Iran. And again, just now, I'm afraid it augured what has followed. We again are having protests where after the death of a young woman, Mahsa Amini, on the 16th of September of this year, people took to the streets to protest because it was quite clear that her body showed signs that she was ill-treated in custody. She was arrested because it was said that her headscarf was not properly covering her. That young woman died as a result of her treatment in custody. And people have taken to the streets protesting the behavior of the security forces. And they now, in turn, are being ill-treated. We have had a death toll as of the 24th of September, 4 days ago, of at least 30 people. And of course, it's rising by the day. But 4 of those people were children. The Iranian constitution is a meaningless document if it is violated in this way. And it fills me with sadness to say it, but there has to be greater accountability for the government of Iran, or we're going to see continuing impunity for those who commit these kinds of crimes against the citizenry of Iran. And so the international community has to speak out, and we should be using targeted sanctions against the individuals who commit these crimes, who order these crimes, who are responsible for the behavior of these forces. So in conclusion, I just want to say, as the repressive and violent response of the authorities towards peaceful protesters took place in 2019 in that crackdown, they're happening again today. This is not good enough. From a wonderful country like Iran, why is this happening? Why are you doing this to your people? Something has to be done to stop it now.
May I begin by expressing appreciation to the Aban Tribunal, the Iran Atrocities Tribunal, for their engagement in securing justice for victims and accountability for human rights violators. We meet at an important moment of remembrance and reminder, of bearing witness and taking action. Where the Aban Tribunal, with its distinguished judicial panel, can be an important resource and inspiration for international justice and accountability. Indeed, we meet amidst a massive repression of widespread protests in Iran, brought about by the tragic death in custody of Mahsa Amini. Widespread protests that have brought together and brought out a cross-section of the Iranian people, not only women's groups, but students, trade unionists. As I said, a cross-section of Iranian society across all provinces in Iran. Protests not only just in Tehran, who've come together to protest against this massive repression that has been ongoing. and which has resulted, as we meet, in over 70 deaths, hundreds of injuries, thousands being imprisoned, including many journalists, and an internet shutdown intended to silence and exclude the protests from view. The whole, not unlike the Green Revolution of 2009, the protests of 2019, and the focus now of the Aban Tribunal, where the clarion call of women, life, freedom, says it all. And while the Iranian morality police have been the subject of sanctions, for example, by the US, Canada, and the European Union, let us not ignore the role and responsibilities of President Ibrahim Raisi and his accompanying architects of repression. It was Ibrahim Raisi who, as a member of the death squad of 1988, ordered the murder of thousands of Iranian dissidents, which the Canadian Parliament in a unanimous resolution characterized as a crime against humanity, and where we in Canada have set aside September 1st every year in remembrance and as Iranian Political Prisoners Day. It was Ibrahim Raisi as Deputy Chief Justice who presided over the mass repression of the Green Revolution in 2009. And it was Ibrahim Raisi as Attorney General who was responsible for the high rise in executions, where Iran became amongst the world leaders in per capita executions. It was Ibrahim Raisi who was Chief Justice, presided over the 2019 protests. It was Ibrahim Raisi who chaired the inquiry into the downing of the PS-752 Ukrainian airliner, which sought to whitewash accountability for that, but which a court in Canada characterized as an act of terror. And it was Ibrahim Raisi who now, as president, oversees and orders the massive repression of the protests now taking place in the streets of Iran. Accordingly, the time has come, indeed it is long past, to put an end to this culture of impunity, a culture of impunity which has only incentivized more crime and more repression, to sanction not only the morality police, so-called, but the architects of repression in Iran. And our Raoul Wallenberg Center for Human Rights in 2018 published a list of these 19 architects of repression. And then and now, Ibrahim Raisi is at the top of that list. To call on the UN Human Rights Council to convene an emergency session on the mass violations of human rights in Iran, to engage the UN special procedures and their mechanisms, many of whom called out the 1988 massacre of Iranian dissidents. And I want to commend the work of the UN Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in Iran, Javid Rehman, who has been exemplary in his work in this regard. In a word, the time has come for all of us to join with the Aban Tribunal to secure long-denied justice for the long-suffering Iranian people, and to seek and secure long-awaited accountability for the human rights violators led by Ibrahim Raisi and his accompanying architects of repression. Yes, justice for the long-suffering people of Iran, accountability for the violators, and in that sense, implementing the Aban Tribunal. Thank you.
So that's all for now. I don't think I can add to what Mr. Cutler said in his powerful message. Perhaps, though, we could end the hearings with a minute's silence for the victims of the Aban 2019 protests, and obviously for other victims of the Iranian government's repression of protesters and so on. Please stand for a minute's silence.